Trustees for We have 7 board members present, so we have our entire quorum met. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the American Texas flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, indivisible.
Monica's not going to come in here? Sit.
In a minute. For public forum, we have 1 letter to read. So will you please watch the time? This letter is from Jennifer Oswald Neese. Dear trustees, my name is Jennifer Oswald Neese, and I am here today to ask you to do anything within your power to give staff virtual flexibility while our positivity rate in the community is above 5%. I have been a resident of San Marcos since I was 3 years old. My mom worked for the Special Education Department at SMCISD for close to 30 years. My kindergarten teacher was Irene Mendez, and I graduated from San Marcos High School with honors in 2001. I have been active in this community since I was a kid, and I still am, as my children are now Rattlers at Miller and San Marcos High School. In my digital media and marketing career, I led technology training initiatives for teachers, taught girls how to code, executed numerous campaigns, all while working remotely for major technology companies around the globe. I sincerely hope my input will be valued and considered as you all discuss this topic later. While I believe the reopening plan does a good job ensuring in-person learning will be safe for the 38% of students needing to return, it is not sufficient in addressing the reopening process for the 62% of teachers that you expect to teach from empty classrooms. I am incredibly disappointed in the district's hostile response to community members who have been voicing concerns that this is an unnecessary risk. I am concerned by the number of employees that are afraid to voice their concerns or speak up right now. I am appalled by the rhetoric coming from certain members of this board. If we allow this failure of leadership, strategy, communications, and execution to continue, I fear that it will cost lives at the worst and good teachers and enrollment numbers at best. Superintendent Michael Cardona told the teachers not to ruin their goodwill with taxpayers, but teachers are not collateral. They deserve a leader who supports and fights for them. There are hundreds of taxpayers engaging right now on social media who are calling on you to let them work from home. So I'm not sure worrying about ruining goodwill should even be a consideration at this point. Andrew Fernandez, our district spokesperson, has told numerous news outlets the district wants to provide the best learning experience for our students, but embracing a virtual work culture is the way to provide the best learning experience right now. As one of your own teachers said anonymously, being on campus won't make us better teachers, just as being off campus won't make us worse. It will make us all safer, though. John McLaughlin, Vice President of the Board, wrote to media outlets that teaching from the classroom would provide stability and normalcy, and therefore would be the most effective means of effectively delivering the curriculum. I watched the same presentation that Mr. McLaughlin did and have to say it looked like most effective way of effectively delivering it for normalcy and stability would be virtually.
Time.
We're out of time, and she still had about a half a page to go. So I don't have any other public comment unless someone else received one that I didn't get. Next, we have the superintendent's report, but I'm going to ask the board if we can move up executive session before we start our reports. If we can begin executive session, then we're going to ask everyone to leave except for our legal counsel and our trustees. Ms. Halsey, can you hear? Okay.
Are you needing a motion, or are you just suggesting
No,
as
I'm-
chair that you're going to?
As chair, I'm moving executive session up because we have legal counsel with us here, and right now it's scheduled at the very end, and so that way we can take care of that business first. And we'll ask Ms. Monica Reese Mills to come in, and we'll ask everybody that's else to leave. Thank you.
community spread of COVID-19, I move that we allow all employees whose jobs are not site-specific to be given the option to work from campus or by remote from tomorrow up until 1 week before we open schools up for face-to-face instruction.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Halsey and seconded by Mr. Arredondo. Any discussion?
Just a note, can you, Ms. Halsey, email Georgianne your motion? So she'll.
Can you
have all
repeat the
words?
motion again, please?
Well, but email would make it easier.
I want it repeated
Okay.
because I want to hear it again.
Sure. Is the sound on now? Okay.
I'm sorry?
In order to mitigate the health risk to our community during a time of prevalent community spread of COVID-19, I move that we allow all employees whose jobs are not site-specific, that they be given the option to work from campus or by remote from tomorrow up until 1 week before we open schools for face-to-face instruction.
Did y'all hear the motion?
I did.
Any questions or discussion?
Discussion.
Yes,
I need
ma'am.
to clarify. Are you saying that we're going to do that, and when we have HR, our administration to do that? I don't
That's
know.
my motion. I think that it's consistent with what other school districts in the area, given the high rate of
I'm not
community spread and that
concerned
San
about-
Marcos
I'm not concerned.
rates are
I'm
so
only
high
concerned
currently that
about
it's
this
too difficult to bring students back. And so I think we really need to trust our employees to let them determine for themselves where they can best do their jobs during this time while the community spread is so high.
I don't know.
I'm
Ms.
going to
Cantu.
abstain because we haven't had a workshop.
Ms. Cantu, I just
Yeah, that
want,
would have
I'm
to
going to be
be-
voting against because I feel like two things. This is the superintendent's job to make this decision with input from everyone, and that we're already doing this with HR.
Okay. Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. So I am supportive of Ms. Halsey's motion, really based on the conversations that we had in executive session, which obviously we can't discuss publicly, but more than anything, having uniformity in the way in which we offer ISD employees to work from home, if that is what is, best to meet their needs and provide flexibility for them, given underlying health conditions they might have, underlying health conditions that someone at their home might have, just all of the other challenges associated with, the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the concerns that I've had both publicly and privately and that I've shared with you is that we have more uniformity in the way in which we afford ISD employees to work from home or work remotely. And I think Ms. Halsey's motion captures that. It's been told to us that Human Resources is already doing these things and that principals on a case-by-case basis are, it's being left up to them, and I have concerns with that process. So an overarching wall-to-wall ISD policy is something that I would be in support of, and that's why I seconded Ms. Halsey's motion.
Ms. Lepando?
But this is what you're saying. We haven't heard from the principals, and I don't know if that is a true fact or not. We haven't had that
We
opportunity
just talked
to.
about having a workshop.
We've been told that the principals.
Ms. Diapondo, I
to
think part of the
principals.
problem is that we didn't resurvey
The district
our
told
teachers
us.
once we had a surging cases of COVID in the community. So the information that we got from our employees is from way back in June, before the community spread went rampant like it has. And I think also, one concern that I have is that some people are saying that our facilities are all safe at the level of hospitals and doctors' offices, and yet we couldn't verify that tonight with staff. And so, I think that the reason for my motion is tomorrow is I think, this disease is very contagious, and 1 minute more until we have that sort of clear communication puts people's lives at risk unnecessarily.
Did you want to speak next?
I'm just saying that I'm going to abstain. We talked about having a workshop and having this discussion,
Yes.
getting more. So I'm
You're
not
not
gonna go
ready
either
to
way.
vote on it.
We need to have this workshop that we all agreed needed to be had.
Well, but the workshop,
But we don't have time.
so the workshop specifically, we just,
my vision of a workshop was how, we didn't have a workshop on the reopening plan, but how did our communication break down, right, internally? So I didn't envision that in September we were going to discuss the ins and outs of when this staff person returns or this staff person returns. That's just all not my decision. If the administration had determined that returning 1 week before school for all non-site specific folks was in the best interest of the district and would advance the education of the kids most effectively, I would support that conclusion. They came to another conclusion that I still support because it doesn't put people in any great danger. Being in empty rooms is really allows you to distance and allows you to stay safe. That's what most of our local workforce has been doing since April. And so they had their reasons, which they've explained, for wanting to enter this way further out than a week. And I'm just not gonna say, well, this district did a little bit different, I like that, when it's things outside of my discretion. There's things within core board discretion in my view, and this is something that reaches beyond that. I would be willing to do that if it were putting folks in danger, but no one has explained to me that an empty classroom would do that, despite me engaging with everyone that sent me any communication or called me about this. So I'm not supportive of this motion. I think it's beyond what we do.
I'm kind of like...
Mr. McLaughlin, did you see the photographs this morning from classrooms across campus that were not empty, that had multiple people in them and some weren't wearing masks?
No, I don't know what you're speaking of. But I know that on a first day, anytime you start something, you have to find where you're going to be. That's part of what reentry is. We wouldn't want to do this with kids present, but you've got to find where your space is, and you've got to take ownership over staying in your space and keeping your mask on and disciplining those you come into contact with to keep space, especially when it's something new that you haven't done. When I started back, I went through similar things, and I know the central administration came back in April or late April and had to do similar things. So I don't want to jump to conclusions about a first day. I mean, I think that's on folks themselves to take ownership for their safety and for the safety of others, and put that foremost. And it's not gonna be perfect. Sometimes someone will be within 5 foot for a moment, but it gets better with time as they get used to working in spaces that they may intersect in or share to some degree. And your motion was much broader than that, Ms. Halsey. You said everybody, just everybody.
I said whose jobs are site-specific.
Right.
It's qualified. Jobs are site-specific.
So not the mechanics or folks like that, but it's much broader than just those who don't have an independent workspace or don't have, I think, and again, those are things I don't know. I'm not an employee of this district where I spend 40 or plus hours working through all those details and doing all those things. So from our limited experience, which is just who comes to us or who brings things to us, I think it's dangerous to make decisions and trump what folks we hired to do make these decisions decide, because they have far more information than we do. It's their expertise. It's what they've been trained and educated on. It's their profession they've done their whole life. We're an oversight board. So if it was dangerous, I would be open to some ideas, but this motion to me is overbroad and treads into the area that we have administration for.
So, Mr. McLaughlin, as we discussed this, if the motion was modified, or if we, instead of just saying carpeted all employees, could we discuss expanding it to employees that are deemed at risk by the CDC or have underlying health conditions that do make them more susceptible to the detrimental effects of COVID-19? If we allowed the administration to move forward with their plan, but instead carved out an at-risk population of employees and provided them additional protections or flexibility to work from home. Obviously, those who have to come in to do the work in person would have to still do that because their job is dependent on their physical presence.
My understanding was that is what was going on. We have a robust review process for the 100-some applications for accommodation we've had. We've got expanded FMLA. Principals have the discretion to make those determinations on a site-by-site basis where they know the employee best, where they're the direct supervisor, and they also know the needs of the kids and how that connects, you know? So I wouldn't want to jump into that province broadly, you know, carve something out here that I think it would have some unintended consequences that may be worse than what you're trying to solve. So I don't think you can. First of all, that's a long way from the motion that's before us. But second, I understood there was a process. I understood there was campus discretion. Those are the types of things I would expect. And if you know, and it seems like that's what's happening. That's what they're doing. I know there's a lot of fear and uncertainty, but I think if folks work through this process, it will work for them. I mean, we've got HR's job is to deal with employees and to help them find ways to be effective in their position so that the kids can thrive and so the organization can thrive. And we have to let that process play out. And if it doesn't work, we have a process where we get involved because the employee files a grievance and then we're the level 3 grievance officer. And I think that's what has always worked. And I don't want to jump, I'm not comfortable jumping outside of it to craft something on the fly, Mr. Arredondo. I appreciate you trying to find a way to get my support to the idea. I appreciate that. But in this instance, I don't think we could do that quickly right up here on the dais. Maybe we can work something out in the workshop in September we've discussed having with administration. That's a time where we can get feedback and we can understand, well, if the district does this, what are the consequences? You know, how does it impact kids? I think that's a venue where that might happen.
Mr. Redondo?
Ms. Cantu, I have a question for Dr. Baez, and I don't know how to ask her in the current format that we're experiencing.
They're on the screen.
Dr. Baez, I know you've said that there's like 139 pending cases or applications for some type of workplace modification, and correct me if I'm wrong, but our Human Resources Department in the ISD is like 3 people, including yourself. Is that correct?
There's 6 of us in the department, sir.
And so obviously y'all are not only inundated with these, I'm not even looking at you, so I'm gonna stop looking that way, that there's, 139 applications for requests. Not only are you trying to hire and train new substitutes and full-time certified teachers, is there any way that this board can provide additional resources tonight to hire or allocate additional funds or staffing to where you can expedite those 139 applications? And so if some of, like myself included, or if my colleagues have concerns that people's, requests are not being addressed in a timely fashion, that we provide you the resources to do that. Is there a way to make that possible?
In other words, Dr. Baez, is the hesitation because you don't have enough help to process the 139 that you mentioned, or is it that you haven't had sufficient documentation to approve more than 3 from that 139?
So it's not that we haven't had, it's just the process is tedious, and to maintain that consistency, I have done every single one of those. If the question is, could we use some help and resource? Yes, absolutely. I think many districts are doing a COVID coordinator type position, because as we do these, the HR world continues. FMLs continue, onboarding people, orientations, all of those things. The PD part continues.
And so individually, I guess that's where a lot of my concerns are, is that employees in various positions across the ISD might feel like, they submitted this form and it hasn't gone anywhere. And like you said, Dr. Baez, there's a process and it's very tedious and a lot of back and forth and questions between a healthcare provider and the patient or the employee and so on and so forth. So if we could somehow address that now or later tonight or whatever that looks like, because individually, at least we could then say that those 139 applications have been processed, right? I mean, in executive session, we talked about what that looks like internally, but again, anything we can do to address these employees' concerns, or, Mr. McLaughlin, you said there's a process in place for employees to get these issues addressed, but we have 6 employees, or actually one, what Dr. Baez just said, one employee processing 139 applications, and people feel like they're not being heard. So I don't know what that looks like, but that's where I am in regards to addressing this outside of Ms. Halsey's motion. But anyway.
So, Dr. Reese-Mills, do you feel that it's a staffing problem that's causing this slowdown in processing?
You're muted.
I think it's an influx of the amount of requests that are coming in and the diligence that Dr. Baez is putting towards looking at all of those applications so she can remain consistent. I'm hearing what Mr. Arredondo says, and if that is a possibility, Dr. Baez can discuss this COVID coordinator position in more detail with Cabinet and with our superintendent, and that is something we could possibly consider bringing on the September agenda.
Ms. Castillo, I had another question.
Okay.
Mr. McLaughlin, I have two questions in response to what you said. So do you not think that, do you understand why we wouldn't allow pregnant employees to have a workplace accommodation? It wasn't clear to me why we've made that decision.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Why aren't we allowing pregnant employees to be given a workplace accommodation?
Why aren't we, or why are we?
Why are we not? Why is that not the policy?
I understood that, I thought, and maybe we have to ask again, but I thought Dr. Baez said that that was a consideration, that there were several, I thought that's what I heard, several.
My understanding was that we have only granted accommodations through HR to 2 people, and that we do not automatically allow employees who are pregnant workplace accommodations if they so request them.
Maybe we have to ask. I understood that there had been accommodations made for pregnant staff who felt that put them at a higher risk, and so Dr. Baez, did I mishear?
Right, again, so it's a case-by-case situation. We are looking at every one of those cases, and so we'll say modifications have already been in play or are being implemented as we speak. But as I mentioned earlier, the interactive process, we're waiting on some paperwork to come back and or that medical personnel to tell us what's a reasonable accommodation. And then we, try to go from there.
Okay, so Dr. Baez, I guess my concern is that if it's true that this is a bottleneck and that you're trying to be diligent and you're trying to process these applications as quick as possible, but you've been hit with a bunch of them, my concern is that until you complete that process, the default is a denial in essence, right? So, I mean, would it be chaotic if that worked in reverse and then upon an application for accommodation, there was a grace period of accepting it at its face, and then you worked through the week or 2 it would take to process that before making a determination? Because if we do have someone that is at a incredibly elevated risk and has to go back to work in order to fulfill their duties on site while you're processing an application, and then 2-3 weeks later you find, after you've looked at everything, that indeed that is warranted, they've potentially had it been exposed as with an elevated risk for that time period, and that's a concern to me. I don't know. I don't necessarily have a solution for it right here, but am I here? Does that make sense, Dr. Baez? Is there a way to flip the default?
Yes, pardon. So the default is not that. We are working with the campus leaders and departments, because it's not just campus, to provide those while we go through the process. And in a few cases, it's already the case. Again, it's just, and it's not. It's interactive, and it's not just those people. Other folks are calling on. So, that magic list that we're talking about, many other people are either calling or emailing and having similar requests.
Okay.
So
Can
we
you
are working with the
quantify?
campus leaders modify as much as possible and go through the process. And again, I know I sound like a broken record, but it really is a case-by-case situation.
I appreciate that. Of the 139, how many have been denied?
Are you asking denied as in an accommodation, or I don't have childcare? I mean, there's like I'm saying, there's different requests across the board.
Well, I guess they're all requesting some accommodation, all 139.
Yes.
So
I mean, childcare is actually on the CDC list for people who have children of school age under the age of 12. That's considered at high risk for COVID complications on the CDC list. So
but
that's a great example.
I had a broader, like I just kind of want to get some numbers out if we can. So of the 139, how many have had their request for an accommodation denied? Or no accommodation has been granted and all of your processing of the application is complete?
I'll have to get back with you on that number, Mr. McLaughlin.
Okay.
I mean, I think that Mr. McLaughlin's point is correct, right? If we're saying that you're fine, wear a mask on campus, that's the accommodation, you know, if you're pregnant, that's really a problem. And we're really putting people's lives at risk. And also we're creating then broad discrepancies. If we do not have a standard universal protocol, like the expanded CDC list or something, then we have discrepancies between one employee at one campus being told one thing and one employee at another campus being told a different thing, when it would seem much simpler just to standardize it. And if somebody, you know, demonstrates that they are pregnant or fall under one of the categories, then they can be given the accommodation to modify their workplace if they request it. I just don't see why we've made it so difficult.
Dr. Baez, how many of the 139 requests were from pregnant women that are teachers or that have submitted an accommodation request? How many are those? Is that like 5?
We have at least.
I mean, I don't think we can actually say that. I think that might be breaking FERPA, isn't it? I mean,
I think we can talk globally.
We can talk about the numbers. We're not asking who.
Yeah.
I can tell you that those that have requested we're in conversation and we're working with campus leaders to accommodate.
but I don't understand why we have to work through the campus leaders rather than just say, we understand pregnancy puts people at a high risk for complications if they contract COVID. And so why don't we make that the default?
So again, some of those folks want to be on campus and want to work from the facility.
But if we give them that choice, then that solves the problem, doesn't it?
I'm personally sympathetic to any of our pregnant staff or teachers that need to be accommodated.
I wouldn't limit it to just that category. I agree, Ms. Cantu. But I mean, if anybody that has anything that puts them at an elevated risk, like we know, I mean, we don't know everything about the virus, but we know some things are. We had 139 applicants. I know we have a motion on the floor that we probably need to vote, but that would kind of obviate the need for this further discussion. But I wish we could, and maybe we can, create a timeline in which those requests have to be granted as an accommodation or denied that lines up with when we expect on-campus return for most staff September 8th. Like if you haven't granted an accommodation or denied the request, which then gives them an opportunity to file a grievance, go through the level 1 and make their way up here, then it's by default granted, right? I think that, and if that takes more staff, I'm not trying to have Dr. Baez working 80 hours a week, then maybe we can reallocate that. But that would make sense to me, deal with the concerns. We have this hemisphere of people who've expressed concerns that they may be at an increased risk. We don't know that they all are. Some might have a generalized fear or something that we're not going to be able to accommodate because it's hard for everybody. But those who do, those should be rather simple, and we should be able to make a decision on. But I would support something like that. I can't support the present motion, but.
I would be willing to alter the motion. I mean, I think what I heard Dr. Ruiz-Mills say is that whether or not it's been communicated yet by campus principals, that we are allowing all employees the option of whether to conduct their professional development from campuses or remotely. And if that is the case for the full 3-week period, and Dr. Ruiz-Mills wanted to confirm that, then I would happily amend that motion and allow more time for consideration of that broader set of criteria.
She doesn't have that.
Yes, ma'am. The professional development is occurring on campus, and the teachers and staff do have the option to participate remotely as well. They just need to inform their campus leader that they will be doing it from the remote location. When we come back on September the 8th for the first day of online instruction, principals are communicating that the staff will return 1/3 of the faculty at a time for no more than 2 hours, with an hour in between another group coming in so we could do the appropriate disinfecting. The rationale behind that is so teachers will have access to connectivity, they can develop their lessons and do their video from there. So that flexibility has evolved as we've been listening and going through this process. But for PD, they do have the option to continue their professional development from home in a remote setting. They just need to communicate that.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. To echo what Mr. McLaughlin said, and I understand that Ms. Halsey has a motion on the floor and that I've seconded it, and if it is modified or changed through this discussion, that's fine, but using this opportunity to speak, if there was a way that we could allocate additional resources so this just was not the sole responsibility of Dr. Baez to process 139 applications, and if it's my understanding in both our conversations in executive session and in public, is that there's people outside of that hemisphere of 139 people who have emailed HR or contacted their principal and said something to the nature of, they're wanting some workplace accommodation, but they didn't go through the application form, right? So if there was a way in which we could grant those employees that relief or consider, those applications before everyone has to return for in-person instruction, I'm ready tonight to figure out how to allocate those resources. I appreciate us, referencing that we're willing to come back into September and discuss additional staffing or support, but obviously I think that's too late if staff are going to be coming back September 9th to teach from their classrooms.
We have a pending amendment, or we're going to go with the amendment. We'd have to have a second on the amendment.
Well, if Ann changes her motion, then I'm willing to second her modified motion so we can just walk it back.
Can we just withdraw the motion in the second and try again? Because it seemed like it was quite a bridge. Like, I don't know, unless Ms. Halsey has a way to craft her present motion to something more like a date that applications will be granted or denied. That seems like it's completely different thing.
September 8th, the students are still not back. They don't come back until October,
Well, but
right?
the teachers are going to teach from
they have to teach
campuses
from
starting
campus.
September 8th.
So September 8th is a good time. So do you want to withdraw your initial motion and restate the motion as your amended motion, and then we'll have to have a second on that motion, on that amendment?
So
you want to withdraw your motion?
Before I withdraw my motion, I want to make sure that I understood. So I think what Mr. Arredondo was saying is that we would extend the time through some part of the professional development period when those employees already have the option of where they can work from. And during that time, we would then reopen the process to request modifications, because some people were not under the impression that they could even apply for a modification because they were told it was strictly those things that were on the very narrow ADA list.
If there's support from the board in whatever motion is made to reopen the process, personally, I would be supportive of that. I think what my intent in my previous statement, Ms. Halsey, was Mr. McLaughlin mentioned that there's this process that has to take place, and potentially there could be, 2 weeks or 3 week turnaround where an employee's relief should have been granted, but it couldn't because of the tedious nature of that application process.
Workload.
So if there was a way that we could, and again, I don't want to speak for Mr. McLaughlin, I don't know how he worded it, but I, was supportive of it as he was saying it was, as if these requests can be granted until denied, I would be in support of that being made available to employees. And then if in 3 weeks we say, okay, that application, really, we can't do that, or you need to return to work, then fine.
A decision has to be made.
But it's gone through the process, and we've granted that flexibility and that relief to all ISD employees. I'm comfortable reopening the process. If we reopen the process, I'm comfortable allocating additional resources to the Human Resources Department so that it's just not Dr. Baez processing 139 applications or plus. If we reopen, again, that mechanism for all ISD employees, I would like to capture Mr. McLaughlin's comment of it being approved until denied as well, with an end date being September 8th or whatever that is, that all applications have to be submitted, approved, finalized, yes, no, whatever that looks like. Because it sounds like we're getting close to an agreement on something, and we just spent 2 hours in executive session on this, so I would really appreciate to see light at the end of the tunnel on at least this one topic tonight.
So would that be amenable to you, Mr. McLaughlin, if I withdrew that motion and made the subsequent one?
You can try. I also wrote something out, but sure, I could.
Okay.
Can we just,
I'll withdraw my previous motion.
Wait a minute, Ms. Hanson had
I
something
have
first.
2 questions.
I can't
First of
see
all,
also.
Dr. Baez, has the application process closed?
So, no, it hasn't. That's what I was saying, is that folks are still making requests. And some of those requests, literally, it's like on an individual basis. Some are requesting different things. And so we are defaulting to accommodate as much as possible where we can.
Okay.
Wasn't there a July 31st deadline by which people had to have requests in, unless the ADA request, and those could continue all year long?
The ADA continues all year long, FML continues all year long, extended COVID all year long, well, through December. So yes, so it's different, just different requests are coming in. So it's not necessarily, and they're not always very clear about, I need this or I want this. So we have to kind of walk through the processes. What is it that you're asking for, and how can we be flexible?
Okay.
So we'll try to accommodate, obviously, which is what we've been doing by default.
Ms. Hanson, you had a second question?
Yes, under this item, I don't see how we can allocate more monies. That's my concern.
That's not this motion.
Maybe we can just take them and take it in small bites.
We're not,
well, and,
this motion did not include about money.
well, if,
They were talking about
The-
to allocate extra
The
resources.
school,
so in response to that
Okay, but
statement, though,
she withdrew her motion, and now John has got a motion he's been writing.
but
Do you have something to say before we listen to his motion?
in regards to any financial implications, our board agenda items are so vague that all it lists are budget amendments. So if there was, when we got to the budget amendment item on tonight's agendized meeting, funds could be allocated if the board approved an X number amount. I'm not saying that we're going to do that, but based on Open Meetings Act and the way the agenda is posted, all it says is budget amendments. And we have had, this board has had budget amendments brought to them on a separate sheet of paper the night of. So it wasn't decided beforehand, it wasn't published publicly. So I'm not saying we have to, but we can allocate funds tonight because we have budget amendments listed on the
Because
agenda.
it's already on the
well,
agenda.
I think it would be, we wouldn't like hire new staff. It would be reallocation of salaried folks. I don't think it's going to have a budget consequence. It's going to take them out of one window and into.
But I guess I just didn't want someone to be shy of allocating additional resources and us saying that we can't do that tonight based
Well,
on tonight's agenda.
Dr. Reese-Mills said that she'd bring it to cabinet, and then they would talk about if they needed another position, and then that position would be discussed and open. Mr.
I'm just saying if tonight we say that Dr. Baez and HR have to do whatever we decide on, if we decide on something by X date, and we're not providing additional support from that, I don't want to be frustrated at the back end, or I don't want to hear that they're now working 60-hour weeks or 80-hour weeks because we made this decree, but we didn't offer additional resources. When we know that Dr. Baez is the only one handling this right now because of the elongated, in-depth process. So that is my concern, is it sounds like we're going to get some type of timeline and expectations and reopening window of a process. And now with the definitive deadline and set parameters and expectations, I want to provide support to achieve that, because I just don't want it to be a mandate that doesn't have support behind it.
I think we've made it abundantly clear we're willing to put money for helping human resources.
Ms. Cantu?
Ms. Costilla?
Okay, Ms. Halsey, very simple. In your motion that you're saying you will take back, in your motion, basically, what is the request? Just very simple. What are you requesting?
I was requesting that employees whose jobs are not site-specific, not dependent on site, because inherently by having fewer people at those sites, those employees whose jobs are site-specific are safer, just to clarify. So my motion is that employees whose jobs are not site-specific be given the option to complete their jobs either on campus or via remote up until the point that we are 1 week away from bringing students back to campus for face-to-face learning.
And with that group, you mentioned the individuals the females that are pregnant. You mentioned, I think I hear a lot of focus on pregnant women. Is that correct?
No.
No? Well,
that wasn't
I
my
heard it.
motion. My question
I was
about
the
that
one that
is
said
it's
I
an
supported
example of the categories that are listed on the expanded CDC list of people who have at-risk situations whereby getting COVID-19 will produce complications. They're one example. There are many others.
Okay, and those
I'm
are the
looking for
ones
protections for all of them.
for when you're in your motion. That's what you're talking about, everybody that falls within those CDC guidelines. Is that what you're saying?
Well, ideally, I think everybody should be able to determine for themselves. But if we can't do that, then I say, yes, let's expand the criteria.
Okay. And so in talking with what Mr. McLaughlin over here mentioned, is that, John, and you're writing a motion right now?
I'm trying.
I am trying to,
Thank you, go ahead. Go ahead.
without overstepping administration, and what all Ms. Reese Mills has mentioned about what they're doing, some can work remote. I'm trying to understand to make sure that, okay, this is what's going on, and she's indicated that she related that to the principals, but apparently that was not really communicated. But apparently it is going on, some of the things that you're talking about, that they can do remotely if they ask for it. But then I hear that these applications are pending. So I'm not sure, are we talking about, is it two things that we're talking about differently from your motion and this 139 applications? Because it seems to me like it's all becoming convoluted here.
Well, I was talking about the point until we're 1 week out of bringing students back to campus for face-to-face learning. I have not heard Mr. McLaughlin's motion, so I'm not sure what he's talking about.
So that's what I'm saying, is that I think we got two separate issues going on here. You know, even with the money required to help out Dr. Baez regarding processing those applications. I mean, there's so many things going on. So if we're going to be focusing on your motion specifically says that you want anybody within the CDC guidelines that falls within there, and let's not even talk about the application, but that you're saying fall within that category, that they have the option to work either remotely or from home until September the 8th. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, I did not put the CDC guidelines in my motion, in part because
I understand.
HR is so overloaded. And also, I believe that we can trust our employees to determine if they are able to work, where they're best able to work during that time period. But I'm also willing to find a compromise, which is what I'm now doing in trying
And I'm trying to help you. because
rescinding my motion.
I also want us all to work together. I don't want us to be in opposite. This is a very crucial time. We've never gone through this before. This is the unknown. We're learning day by day what is going on. Sometimes the TEA guidelines are changing consistently. I mean, almost daily. So I'm trying.
Right,
to
but this
find a
doesn't fall under
medium.
TEA guidelines. TEA has not mandated
Okay,
which
I'm
staff will
trying
be
to
back
find
and
a
how they will be
medium
back.
here
That
where
is
we
a
don't
decision that is left to the district.
overstep administration, and I think that's very important. What can we do here to? I mean, I really would like us to even next week have a workshop, whether it's with Dr. Ruiz Mills, and have that and have that information, and then go back and schedule an emergency meeting if we have to, and vote on that. You know, there's so many unknowns right now. She was going to find out some things, and Dr. Baez was going to find out some things. Why can't we just say, hey, next Monday, we're going to have a workshop, and based on everything that's come out, we're going to have an emergency meeting. We're going to decide. We're going to have some decisions being made. That's what I'm saying, is that right now there's unknowns right now. There's questions pending that we don't have.
President Cantu, may I say something?
Yes.
I'm thinking what I've heard thus far, I heard Mr. McLaughlin ask if by default, if we could make a modification until Dr. Baez and her staff are able to review. I think that's what I heard. I think the answer to that is yes, but like Ms. Costilla says, it may be in the best interest for us to gather our thoughts, get the information, and then we can reconvene for that. And again, I just want to reiterate that faculty have been given that option to remote in for professional development, or they could come on campus and do it virtually from their classroom as well. So that option has been given, and I will clarify with our principals to ensure that that is also happening. But I do think we need to have a little more time so we can address this concern internally, and then if needed, we can meet again next week.
I would be amenable to that solution. I appreciate that offer. I think it's a good one. I appreciate your offer, Ms. Costilla. I'm amenable to that, Mr. McLaughlin, if you and Mr. Arredondo. My one request would be, though, that we make it very clear in writing that that is the policy for those employees, and also starting like immediately, and that we also give them another option. And I'm fine if it's a short period of time, like until Friday, to submit requests, because I think there were a lot of people that were given the impression, rightly or wrongly, that they wouldn't qualify for any accommodation based on the criteria that we were talking about. And so they didn't apply. So I would like to make that open. And if we could do that, then I'm amenable to having another meeting next week to further address it.
At the conclusion of the meeting, Mr. Fernandez and Dr. Baez and the rest of us will meet so we can draft that email and send it out to staff this evening.
Super. I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, so right now you've withdrawn and we don't have a motion on the floor, right?
I'm still willing to have this conversation and try and get some type of motion out. I'm confident that the administration has been listening and they're going to send out this email, but I want to make sure that we're all understanding of, I guess, what the expectations are to come out of tonight's meeting. And for me, that assurance would be an emotion that was voted on and approved by the board, because we were almost there. We talked about reopening this process, supporting the Human Resources Department to make sure that they have a definitive deadline to approve these applications, to approve these requests, and that there'd be a timeline to do that. And that we would approve these requests for accommodations, and then at a later date, if it was found to be that the request was not germane or relevant or feasible, then it would be denied. And so I'm happy to meet all day, every day, whatever that looks like. But I just want to try and get something out tonight.
I'm gonna make a
versus then
motion.
kick this
And then
down a
if
week.
we all don't, if it doesn't have support, we need to come back, but I'm gonna try it so that we actually have something we're considering and discussing. I too am skilled at the arts of procedural kickouts, but I'll move that all workplace modification requests made to Human Resources before August 21st at noon shall be granted an accommodation or denied by September 4th. Any application not granted an accommodation or denied by September 4th would be granted conditionally until it is denied.
Second.
That's,
I'm willing,
that's on all 139.
Well, I left a window till Friday because there was concern that people didn't understand the process, or they thought it was campus, some thought campus-based, some thought, I think the requests have to go through the filter of HR. That's the system we have. The system right now is overwhelmed. And so if we need to bring more resources to make this happen, but this is where I think there's a call for governance. We've got unprecedented requests, we've got unprecedented times. We have to, in order to be fair to employees, we have to hear their accommodation request and make a decision. We can't say, you just come on to work, and then we don't even know if this accommodation is necessary or unnecessary. We're not gonna tell you. We're gonna go through this process. And I know that's not what we're trying to do, but if I'm an employee with a request, and I need to know by before September 8th what's going on, and it doesn't matter to me if, the process at large. I'm just worried about my request and whether it's been heard. So I think setting some timelines, which we haven't had to have in the past because we've never been overwhelmed with 139 requests, is fair to the staff. They know, okay, if I make this request, I'm gonna get a determination. And then I can make a decision, right? If I think, well, I deserved an accommodation, I didn't receive one, then I have time on September 4th to take FMLA or whatever other decision I need to do in my own personal, for my own personal safety, if that's what I decide. But it can't be stuck in this
Cycle.
administrative purgatory that isn't by design. It's because of the unprecedented weight on the system.
Mr. McLaughlin, if you can
Ms.
read.
Castilla has her hand up.
I was just gonna tell you, make
John.
focus on, or make a statement. Okay, and I have no problem in supporting that, Mr. McLaughlin, I really don't, and I'm more than willing to second it. The only thing that I'm saying is that, one thing that Ms. Baez mentioned was that the requests are basically an ongoing one. I think she mentioned that it's not
When she
something
stood up
that
there,
is
yeah.
shut down. So I know your motion is basically focused on those 139 that are in limbo, supposedly at this point in time, for us. They might have more information, but for us they're in limbo because we don't hear a number here or whatever. So we're trying to give some kind of reassurance to the individual that submitted that application that, okay, by this date or whatever it's gonna be, and that's fine, I don't have a problem with that. But I also realize too, like she said, that there are ongoing. Those applications are gonna keep, related to COVID, they're gonna probably more so come in. And so right now we're addressing those 139, but what about the other ones that are gonna be coming in as they come in? So that's fine, I don't have a problem. I think that if we had this workshop on Monday, I think that's gonna take care and really identify and make everything much more clearer to everybody as far as those 139. I think HR is getting a message very strongly from us right now as regards, we're having this conversation. And every effort is gonna be made to make sure. So if you want to set a date, I don't have a problem. I'm just saying that it's ongoing, that we're gonna be getting somewhere.
Are these, Dr. Baez, are these 139 the ones that met the deadline of July 31st?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Yes.
And if they met the deadline and those are the ones we want to work with, I'm for that motion
Well,
as
that's what I'm
well.
saying. I
I can
don't
do
mind
that
supporting
motion.
that
But
motion.
if I'm correct in what I seconded,
We don't have a second.
I seconded right after he read the statement.
I
So
didn't hear
we're
you.
considering Mr. McLaughlin's motion is that he reopened that window because in conversations with Ms. Halsey and us in public and in private at this meeting, there's this perception or concern that not everyone understood what the window was or what the process was, and to alleviate that perception of miscommunication, that we reopen this window one more time, and then we create a timeline for all those captured by, what was it, August 21st?
Yes, I did. I wrote this as everyone was talking. I was trying to craft something that brought in the myriad of concerns with this specific issue. Ms. Castilla, I completely agree that a workshop. There's more than this. This is one small thing.
And then
Snapshot.
in
It's a
a,
snapshot.
in a whole mountain of issues that are coming up. So, but this is the one we know, and this one seems pretty clear to me. And delays in this are hard. It doesn't allow employees to make decisions, you know, because they're still stuck in, well, I don't know. Well, what's the board going to do next Monday? Or they're going to, you know, and I think providing some clarity with this specific small issue is
I support that.
Okay.
And I think, Mr. Arredondo, that the workshop that we have, I think the issue regarding whether there's a coordinator to be needed to continue with that can be discussed at that point in time. She said, Dr. Reese, Reese Mills indicated that this is something that she would like to take back to the cabinet and talk about that. I think that we can talk about that, and we can have, at that point in time, the authority to say, yeah, we're gonna do that. But let's get some feedback from that and make that determination.
No, absolutely, Mrs. Castilla, and I agree.
I'm sorry, may I say something? I just want to be clear that there aren't 139 requests that are unanswered. We've been in communication with everyone on that list and then some.
okay.
I
But
think the motion just makes preference.
if it's already been either they've been granted an accommodation or denied, then that makes a smaller pile of work left. I just couldn't, you did not know how many
Yeah.
still remained pending, and it's really the pending ones that worry me the most, because I can't, as an employee, make my decision until the school district makes them, and I can't go through the grievance process until I have a decision. There's nothing for me to grieve, and so that was more my concern.
Ms. Villalpando?
I just wanted to say, I asked her to do the next meeting, next Monday.
Yes.
We decided we're gonna have a meeting. I wanna hear from administration. Dr. Reese Mills mentioned that she's taking all this back and meeting with cabinet, which is the way it's supposed to happen. And if we're voting on salary of anybody, if we're adding a personnel, it needs to be agendized.
Right.
We need to know what we're
Right,
doing.
and that's what I'm saying, we need to make sure we
And
follow.
so,
We can have a workshop slash meeting.
Barton needs to be a part of that conversation and the agenda item.
Okay.
That's all.
Discussion action required if it's needed, you know, we decide we need to.
So I
make
think
it.
we're all in agreement that we're going to do something next Monday, a workshop, staffing conversations, whatever that looks like. Right now, there's a motion on the floor
Motion on
from
the
Mr.
floor.
McLaughlin
We're calling for the vote.
to reopen the window for those who feel like they might have missed it due to miscommunication. And that there's an expectation that these requests be granted until they're denied, if I'm understanding the motion correctly. And that there's a specified date that these requests are due if they haven't already been submitted. And then there's a specified date that HR has to process all of these requests once that window closes.
So I'll read it one more time because that's close to correct, but a bit off. So I moved that all workplace modification requests made to Human Resources before August 21st at noon shall be granted an accommodation or denied by September 4th. So there's not a conditional granting until September 4th, right? Any application not granted an accommodation or denied by September 4th would be granted conditionally until it is denied.
Okay. Second,
We have a
again,
motion.
second.
We're ready for the vote?
I have one more question for Mr. McLaughlin, sorry. So, Mr. McLaughlin, does your motion assume that the same criteria that have been applied that have thus far only granted 2 accommodations of the 139 will continue, or will HR, as a part of having come out of this meeting, reassess the criteria under which motions will be granted, either up until the point where we return to face, or, you know, I think that there will be some ADA circumstances, et cetera, that could continue past that point when we have all come back face to face?
I'm hesitant, yeah, so no, it doesn't tell them what should be granted and not granted, just provides some guidance on a timeline in which they must make that decision. I continue to trust their discretion in that, in consultation. I know they've been in consultation with legal counsel when necessary. So no, I have not addressed that in this motion.
I'm fine with that as long as we're clear on it. And I'd like then to have at our meeting on Monday, a clear understanding from HR on what is and isn't being considered and why, what that policy looks like. And I would hope then that whatever communication goes out to the staff, telling them that the period of time in which they can apply has been reopened, that they shouldn't be discouraged from applying because they don't think that they will qualify under a very narrow, strict guideline of ADA rules. I don't know how that gets communicated, but that would be my hope.
If that's something we can unpack at this Monday meeting is, broadening the scope of flexibility for workplace accommodations or what have you, hear from the administration why their decision-making process and what their thought process was up to this point, I'm happy to do that Monday. As if we can broaden the scope of flexibility or CDC guidelines or comorbidities or whatever that looks like, if that's something that can be a part of the workshop on Monday, great.
Are y'all?
I agree, but I'm just concerned about what communication goes out now when the period is reopened, because if we get to Monday and nobody felt like they would still qualify because they were not explicitly told that. Do you see my point, that we're going to have another timeline problem there?
I guess my hope is that if we open the window to the 21st, if anyone watching this has any type of issue, then they turn in and the administration sends out an email saying the board voted to open this window again, submit whatever you think you need to submit, and then as we exercise this on our end at Monday's meeting, then we broaden that scope or redefine it or expand or get more input or insight or whatever that looks like. I understand that it's a very convoluted system, but I'm hoping that we can move forward together on it.
If a staff member feels they need a workplace accommodation, they should apply by Friday, and there will be no negative consequence to making that application. I think we all know that, but just to be clear, we have to have that information in order to make decisions. That doesn't mean it'll be granted. If you have something that's not in the category of things that's going to be granted, but it'll be processed just like anything else, and then you'll get a decision in a timely manner, and then you can make the decision that's best for you and your family.
Can we call for the question?
All right.
Are we ready to vote?
I am.
All in favor? 7. All opposed? 0.
Wow.
Wow, we got it.
After all that, we were in all kinds of
Okay,
trouble.
now we can
3
go
hours,
back to
y'all.
the superintendent's report.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, we're starting with item 4, superintendent's report. We have Coach Walsh and Andrew Fernandez will be giving us the superintendent's report tonight.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Mr. Cardona is not able to join us this evening, so he wanted me to read a statement on his behalf. I would like to apologize for not being in attendance. This morning, I was admitted to the hospital that is resulting in a time-sensitive surgical procedure taking place that will impact my ability to be present for the board meeting both virtually and in person. I would like to thank Board President Cantu and Dr. Ruiz Mills, who is representing me this evening. I would also like to use this time to welcome back our employees. SMCISD employees, thank you. Thank you for your flexibility and your perseverance. I look forward to once again being able to walk through the halls of our campuses and seeing the men and women that make Rattler Nation a special place to be for our students and families. Remember, in San Marcos, we strike as one. So that was a message from Mr. Cardona. I'm going to go ahead and go over the Learning Options Survey. So as of right now, we have 6,854 responses from families, or this is students. We have 4,175 students who have chosen online instruction, and this is 4,175 students have chosen online instruction, and this would be beginning October 5th. 2,679 have chose in-person, and then this graph gives you a breakdown of how many students per campus. So Bonham Pre-K, 47% of their students out of the 214 that have submitted their responses want in-person for October 5th, and then so on by campus. Overall, as a district, we're at 60.91% prefer online or remote learning, and 39% prefer on campus. And this is as of today. And so the next steps is having our teachers, once they receive their rosters. So last last school year, we had our teachers do this process all on their own. So they had to reach out to every single one of their students and their families to ask them, do they need access to internet? Or this was back in March. So we wanted to help our teachers by reaching out to every single family. So reaching 6,854 students is good, but we're gonna, like we talked about at a previous meeting, we're gonna try to reach every single family, and our teachers are gonna help us as part of that process. We have designed a 2020 Rattler roadmap page. So on this page, you'll have full access to everything we have pushed out to our families, from our virtual town hall meetings to our approved calendar, device distribution dates, the board presentation that the presentations we've presented at our board meetings, the learning options, special programs, 504, special education, everything you need to know about our reopening plan and our complete reopening plan in English and in Spanish can be found on our 2020 Rattler roadmap page. Next, I'll introduce Dr. Ruiz Mills, and she'll go over this slide right here.
Yes, thank you, Board of Trustees. So this is the slide that we showed back in January, or back in the July board meeting. As you can see, phase 2 will be September 8th, where that will be our remote learning for all students in San Marcos CISD. This was the phase that we spoke about earlier, where teachers will come in 1/3 at a time based upon the schedule developed in collaboration with their campus leaders, but teachers will not be expected to be on the campus the full day, only a portion of the time. And throughout that week, there will also be flexibility with teachers providing instruction from their remote location. Phase 3 would be October the 5th, where our learning model would go into effect. That would be the model where if a student or a family selected for the student to have their learning occur on campus would occur here. But later on this evening, we will be discussing the waiver for the extension of an additional 4 weeks of remote instruction. If that is passed either at tonight's board meeting or at the September board meeting, that would extend remote instruction by an additional 4 weeks, which would bring us to November the 2nd. Now, during that extension, if approved, please note that we would need to provide on-campus instruction for, say, the families who still may not have internet connectivity, even if that's with us providing the hotspots, or if their devices are still unable to connect from their location. So there may be a small portion of students on that November 2nd phase if that extension were approved.
Mr. Arredondo?
Dr. Ruiz Mills, will you please repeat the percentage of phased reentry? I'm sorry, I missed that portion of the presentation.
Okay, let's go ahead and we'll start with phase 1. So phase 1 was today, where it says students report to work with safety precautions in place. We gave teachers the opportunity or the option to either remote in for professional development, or they could do it from their classroom space. Okay. Phase 2 is September the 8th. That's where all students will have remote instruction for the first 4 weeks. During this time, the principals will ask their teachers and faculty to come in. It will be 1/3 of the faculty at a time. They will work in collaboration to develop a schedule that works best for the teachers. The reason for that is so teachers may access the connectivity here and the bandwidth here within our school district. They'll also have access to their resources and the instructional materials that are needed. So principals will be working through that plan during these first 3 weeks of PD. October the 5th is the learning model. If a family selected that their student is to return on campus, that would happen on October the 5th. But later on this evening, we will be reviewing that extension for an additional 4 weeks of remote instruction. If that occurs, then that gets us through November the 2nd. So that would be phase 3B for that extension. But during that phase 3B, if for some reason families are still having difficulty with devices or connectivity, or say we have students that need that require accommodations of some sort that need to be given here on campus, the TEA says that we do need to have the capability to provide some sort of on-campus instruction.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Yes, Dr. Reese-Mills, I'm concerned that in phase 3A, phase 3A, I did not hear you say, but maybe I missed, students that needed accommodation, will they receive that in phase 3? When does that start? For instance, special education students who need to be on campus, when will they be able to return?
So that would be in the phase 3A, when everybody returns. That is our original phase. If we extend it for an additional 4 weeks after September 8th, meaning that October 5th, we're doing an extension, we will need to have the buildings open to provide those special accommodations for some of our students that receive the accommodations necessary.
How will the students receive their accommodations from September 8th until October 5th?
So September 8th through October 5th, that's the initial 4-week period. The TEA says that we just need to have and provide internet connectivity. But technically, if a student needs to have an accommodation made, so a student with a disability that requires special services, then our Director of Special Education will work with the family to see how it is that we can provide that service to them.
If they determine that in conjunction together, those students could be allowed on campus?
Potentially.
Okay.
Ms. Costilla?
Dr. Reese-Mills, just to follow up on Mr. McLaughlin, and I guess for clarity for myself, that phase 3A, when students, when we're looking for students to come back, now that's only if we do stay the course, but if we request for this waiver that we're going to be addressing later this evening, then we start actually on the 2nd, but going back to those special aid students or the people, the parents that are requested on campus, then they still have to do it on 3A? We still have to accommodate that, or will that waiver just say, well, that's an additional 4 weeks of remote learning?
Right. So the waiver says it's an additional 4 weeks of learning from October the 5th.
Okay.
All special ed services, though, will begin and will be provided starting September the 8th. So we go to October 5th, say the waiver gets approved. If students need to be on campus because of connectivity or because they receive special ed accommodation, such as our students in ACL with disabilities, then we will work with the families to see when and where we will provide those supports. So they're all individualized decisions where right now we are working closely with the families so we can provide those accommodations for them.
Okay.
Ms. Cantu, I also have a question.
Yes.
Dr. Reese-Mills, so when we vote on that waiver this evening, I understand that we will be granting you permission to seek the waiver from the state but are we committing tonight to going through that extended period if we get the waiver, or would that determination be based on health situation closer to that date?
Yes, ma'am. So I think tonight is just going to be a discussion, but we would submit the waiver for up to 4 weeks. And when we get to it, I have a section embedded in there that does discuss that we would be in communication and following the guidelines from the health department and working in tandem with Mr. Wozniak. I want to say that we actually put a percentage in that waiver. So say we meet that required percentage before the 4 weeks time, we could bring everybody in sooner.
Thank you. I think that's great. My other question then was that if we did extend by that additional 4 weeks, then we'd essentially have, I think, 1 week left in the grading period, correct? So would we adjust the grading period, or would we just adjust the curriculum so that that last portion of the grading period was actually the first week back?
No, we would go ahead and just keep the grading period the same, because we are keeping the 9 weeks. And later on in the board meeting, we can talk about the curriculum, but really the scope and sequence is going to be the same whether you're remote or you transition to in-campus. So I think for practical purposes, it would be feasible to keep the grading period the same, but we may have to go back and add some more adjustments to where we are continuing to reinforce the learning delays that have occurred.
Great, thank you.
All right, next up we have our coach, John Walsh, who's going to go over COVID testing.
Board of Trustees, thank you for your time. I'll try to be concise with my information, but I do think it's important that we do share it. Our school district has partnered with Urgent Care for Kids, and in that partnership, we're going to provide free COVID testing. And I'm using the slide. We spent about a month researching this with Urgent Care for Kids, and we had to wrap our head around it, just the functionality of it, and it was easy for me to understand, so I championed it, and I think once Mr. Cardona saw it and the cabinet saw it, they were all in favor. And so I'm just going to kind of get to the nuts and bolts of it. But it's a Urgent Care for Kids. You can go to the next slide. Urgent Care for Kids has been in school districts, and these are the school districts that are involved in. And you can see it's Austin ISD, Judson ISD, Mission, and they've been mainly involved in testing for strep. Or the flu, and given telemed, on-call telemed test for the school districts and the nurses to administer. So next slide. So what they've done is there is and it's called a Quidel testing system that they provide to school districts, and we have 600. We have made calls to everybody signed up for volleyball, football, cross country, and it was over 900 student athletes. Over 600 athletes are showing up September 7th to participate in football, volleyball, or cross country or tennis. And so our try was just to make sure we're trying as hard as we could, and I think we've done everything possibly with our screenings, with the temperature taking, with the masking, just a constant education. But we felt like this piece right here could complete us and get us as close to as 100% try. That's what I keep saying. I'm gonna try everything we can to make this as a 100% effort as we can, and I think this COVID testing is it. So they provide you training, technology, the testing machines, the rapid COVID-19 test kits. And when I talked to Mr. Cardona about it, I asked Urgent Care for Kids, how big can this get? And it can get as big as we want it. And we have 4 weeks to pilot it with 600 athletes just to see the functionality. And I'll explain the testing and how fast and convenient it's supposed to work. And and it just made sense that we could start with the athletes, and it could grow as big as we want it to grow in our school district. So basically, it's telemed. Every parent has to give consent, and we've signed up with Rank 1 in athletics now, so everything is done paperless. It's streamlined to our student athletes and their parents, and this waiver is on that as well. And if they agree to get free COVID testing, then they will train our next slide, please, Andrew. They will train our athletic trainers, our nurses, our coaches, head coaches, whoever we decide we want to train to administer this test. And the test consists of, next slide, Andrew, is the test consists of a nasal swab. It's not the one that goes, I haven't been tested, but I hear one goes to your brain. So this one's not going to your brain. This one's just a nasal swab. It gets put in a tube, and they get put in a cassette. And the cassette, next slide, Andrew, please. The cassette can test 50 at one time. So they tell you can do 200 in an hour and have the results 50 in 15 minutes. And I'll cover that machine here in a minute. But going back to the cost, and our team of administrators did a great job of reading the language. We actually changed the language to meet the San Marcos CISD needs. But there is zero charge to our families, completely zero. The insurances are covering COVID testing. And then, so my question was the uninsured, and the CARES Act is covering that. And I think that's where Mr. Barton and his team did a good job of making sure the wording, no matter what happens with the CARES Act, is not going to affect our families for ever being charged. Next slide. What's the catch? We tried to find a catch. I looked for it. I didn't believe it's why it took so long for me even to present this. Didn't find a catch. There's 18 schools. There's a lot of schools signed up with urgent care for kids. There's only 18 schools that have committed to doing the testing, the COVID testing. Now that's growing fast. My phone is very indicative of that, because once people found out that we were doing it, it's become a huge interest, and I feel like I work for urgent care for kids right now. But next slide. How do we sign up? We've kind of done that. Like I said, our team of administrators did a great job of getting the agreement like we needed to take care of our families. We met today, long Zoom with urgent care for kids. We had our trainers on it, coordinators on it, nurses on it, and so we're to the part now of delivery and on-site training. And we plan on doing our first testing on the week of August 31st with the group that we got coming to camp, just so we can manage. Today we had 177 boys and probably 80 girls, so that we can manage. Our first test won't be a 600 group test. It'll be a little bit a more population that we can handle, and they're going to actually be here for the first slot of testing to make sure we're doing it right. Next slide. These are just questions, I guess. How many I asked about the inventory, and they said the inventory is endless. As long as, my biggest concern is the inventory coming. We love to test as many as we can, but I think doing the pilot for the first 4 weeks with the athletes, with the 600 athletes that are coming, we'll get a good idea of the functionality of, can we manage it staff-wise? Can we grow this into the regular general education? I recovered the insurance. They said the accuracy of the test, they tell you it's 96%. How often can we test? That's the calendar we're putting together right now. We got a football plan. We don't have the volleyball plan. They play twice in a week. So we're still got to develop our own systems pretty quick but those are in place. Next slide. And the good thing is the president they're based out of, Kevin, the president, is based out of Austin, and Tracy is based out of Round Rock. So the deliveries are going to be immediate to us. It was just convenience that they're in our area. We have their cell phones. They told me that I can call them at night, so you could ask them questions. So I think I don't think we're going to have a problem with customer service. The testing, the last thing would be this testing, it's called a Quidel, the PDF. You got that PDF, Andrew?
Yes, sir.
And I'm just learning about it, but I did look it up. I did research it. It is a testing system that's being used in the Major League Baseball system right now. So it's reputable. It's something that just wasn't thrown out there, and we did our research on it. So it looks user-friendly. It has to be for me to be able to use it. So, and I think, again, we've done our research on it. I think it's going to be something that we can start over here in our arena and maybe grow throughout our school district to be a positive. Again, we've tried to think of everything to make our kids safe when they came up here, and this is about the last thing I can think of that we can help our kids. That's it.
Thank you,
I have a
Coach.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is great. It's really exciting. Thank you. It makes me, as a parent of an athlete, much more confident about having my child return before we reopen all the classrooms. Right? I think this is excellent. Thank you very much. So, will we be able to expand it? Do you think to athletes in middle school also? And will the adults, the teachers, the coaches that are interacting with the kids also be doing the rapid testing?
So we are planning on starting with the middle school as well. The question the part that's not completely answered yet is who is administering them at the middle school level. We're in talks with we contract with trainers from Texas State, and then we have the nurses at the campuses. So that's the part that we're still trying to figure out. We do have the supplies coming. We've ordered today the testing to test the 7th grade through seniors that are showing up September 7th athletically. And it's my job to figure out how we're going to manage that, and we're on our way to it.
And coaches will also be taking tests with the
Yes.
same regularity?
Yes.
This is great. And this is actually the best news I've heard in weeks. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
I have a question, two questions.
Ms. Hanson?
This will include all UIL activities, students involved in like band and choir and dance and all the others.
Yes, we're going to grow it to as much as we can. We're just going to start with the athletes at first, just so we can learn how to do the systems right. And once the systems are in place, we're definitely going to include the fine arts, and then we're going to grow it. Mr. Cardona's, when we brought it to him, he said he wanted to grow this as big as we can make it. And until we get the functionality figured out from a smaller population, then we'll grow it to the bigger population. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the second one, if you go against a parent's insurance, there is not like a copay or anything that's tacked on to that?
No, ma'am. There'll be zero paperwork to go to our families.
Okay, thank you.
And that was asked several times, not just by me, but the cabinet.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Coach Walsh, this is great news. I appreciate you sharing. Do you know if there's widespread adoption of tests like this for other schools that you're playing?
So it's a great question. We are advocating for our entire district to jump on. I think Westlake is, I think they're adopting it. Austin ISD is almost there. I think we had a Zoom meeting Thursday, and I think Austin, with all athletic directors, I think Austin ISD is. Not too sure where Hayes and Del Valley are, but yes, we are trying to advocate not just for our district, but just the surrounding districts to get it too.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our superintendent's update.
Thank you very much. Academic update, we've got David Avedel and Denisha Presley. David and Denisha, are they here?
Yes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I believe there's a slideshow that's going to get pulled up, and I'm going to walk you through two of the exciting courses that we're going to be adding to the social studies curriculum in the fall of 2021. We're going to pull that up right now. Okay, so you can go right to the next slide. The TEA has approved 2 ethnic studies courses, Mexican American Studies and African American Studies, and we are looking to add those to our curriculum in the fall of 2021. Next slide. They've approved the scope and sequence for each course, meaning what the standards are going to be, what's going to be taught, how long it's going to be. This is actually, I confirmed with them late this evening, the courses are actually going to be 1 full credit and 1 year long. So originally, when we were looking at them and what they approved was a half credit, half semester course, but they've changed that to 1 full year, which is good news for us, and I'll explain why momentarily. Next slide. Our focus in these courses here at SMCISD, we're going to adhere to the approved curriculum that TEA has put out for those 2 courses. However, in order to make it resonate with our students to a greater effect, we are going to emphasize the local history of those 2 groups. And in doing so, we're going to be seeking community partnerships, meaning we are going to be inviting guest speakers from the community into our classes to speak to these 2 topics. We're going to partner with community organizations, and we're going to hopefully take students out of the classroom and into points of interest dealing with these 2 groups within our own community. We're hoping that in doing so, we can really breathe life to this course. Next slide. So what are the next steps to have these 2 on the books? First, we're going to begin our faculty search. So we're going to start looking at our current employees to find potential candidates to teach these 2 courses, that being certification and experience being 2 of the things that we're looking for. After we identify those individuals, we're going to move to the course convention where we will officially adopt these courses for student selection in the fall of 2021, and then we'll begin raising awareness about the course. Next slide. Now, what does that mean? The rollout is going to be a highly publicized campaign to enthusiastically encourage course selection, meaning we don't just want to put these courses down on a student selection sheet and hope that they find their way to them. We are going to push that students take these courses as electives and hopefully garner enough interest to have multiple sections. We feel that these courses are vital not only to our students that are seeking, a path in social studies, but really students who just want to understand the world around them a little bit better. We think these courses can make a huge impact on our students. So we are really going to roll this out with a lot of enthusiasm. Next slide. One of the benefits of taking these courses, as you all know, students can select endorsements in their 9th grade year that they will work towards. We will now have a pathway to the arts and humanities endorsement solely through social studies courses. Whereas before they would have had to take some AP classes and half credit classes. Now students will be able to satisfy that arts and humanities endorsement just with academic social studies classes. Next slide. And we are pursuing potential dual credit opportunities. This is a big one. Currently, the only social studies course that satisfies the Texas State History core requirement is our AP US History class. So if students take that and pass the exam, they'll satisfy that credit. By pursuing dual credit opportunities, one of the options that Texas State gives is students can earn that credit by taking either a Mexican American Studies or African American Studies course. If we can get these 2 classes to be dual credit classes, they'll be able to earn that college credit without having to take an AP class, thus graduating already fulfilling one of their core requirements for Texas State. So we think this has a big potential. And if we can get this dual credit approved, we think that'll also enhance the number of students that'll take these classes. So we'll have students not only earning credit, but we'll have students much more aware of the contributions of these 2 groups when they leave our campus. Next slide. Questions?
Ms. Costilla?
Thank you. You mentioned, which is real exciting, the dual credit opportunity here. But you're looking at working with Texas State University for this purpose?
Yes, so we're looking at working with Texas State not only for the dual credit purpose, but also where better to look for people who specialize in these 2 studies than the university itself. So we feel we'll be able to partner with the university to get some of their professors, some of their faculty, or even get recommendations of individuals to come onto our campus and speak to our students.
I think there's been efforts in the past to develop some kind of coalition with them as far as, or partnership to offering dual credit courses. So hopefully I hope to be very optimistic in your direction that you're going here, because maybe hopefully it'll open the door to other opportunities in other disciplines for dual credit purposes, specifically here from our own university. So I'll keep my fingers crossed for that. Hopefully that will happen.
I believe so, given the nature of the world we're in right now. I think these two courses are paramount in having our students understand what they're walking into when they graduate our high school. So I think the university will probably want to have more students taking these classes at the high school level, because it's only going to enhance their learning at that next level anyway.
Thank you, and I wish you luck.
Ms. Cantu, I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Halsey.
So thank you so much for this. I'm very excited about this. This is probably the most exciting news that I've heard in the last few weeks after the potential for mass rapid testing on our campuses. Thank you. My one question is, in addition to having these two standalone classes, will there be ways that we can take some of the content and push it into other places throughout the day, throughout the curriculum, so that other students will also be made aware of some of this history that's so critical?
I am really, really excited that you said that. If we can move to the next slide, that kind of brings me right into my next, and I'll come back if we still have more questions about these classes. We are starting a comprehensive look at our cultural responsiveness here in the district. And what that means is we could have offered just some kind of professional development, like a 1-hour seminar to our teachers about how to infuse their classes with more cultural responsiveness. However, we know that there's more to it than that. So we are trying to develop a very, very deep dive. Go to the next slide, please. And we're going to be looking to present something more concrete in October. We have an initial group formed to really review the systems and structure of the district, from the custodians to the transportation workers, to the teachers, to the administration, to the students, and really take a look at how we are dealing with culture within our district. In doing so, we're having conversations about where we can go. We're partnering with people from outside the school district to not only lend a hand, but also some perspective. And right now we're in this initial phase of fact gathering. And soon we're going to be putting together, like I said, a comprehensive plan to really, really take a look at culture across the entire district and what we are doing from a standpoint of being more responsive to our community. And part of that is exactly like you had asked. We want to infuse every class, right? If I'm in a math class, I want to relate to the math material. If I'm in a science class, I want to relate to the science material. That's at the core of all of our educational goals, is to get students to relate to that material, and culture plays a large role in that. So not only do we want the content to be spread out through all the other classes, but we want the teachers, the administrators, the bus drivers to recognize that culture plays a valuable role in what they do for SMCISD. So like I said, we're in the beginning phase now, and hopefully in October, we're going to have a very robust plan to present to you all.
Thank you so much. I look forward to it, and that's even a better answer than I could have anticipated. So thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Glad to be here.
Middle school math curriculum update, Wendy Zeiger and Rose Pearson.
Good evening, Madam President and Board of Trustees. Wendy Zeiger. Want to talk to you a little bit about our accelerated math pathways. SMCISD, along with E3 Alliance, National Alliance Partnerships and Equity, and some surrounding school districts have all entered into an advanced math initiative that we call Pathways of Promise. And this Pathways of Promise is intended to offer advanced math at middle school levels to create an equitable pathway to both college and career for all students. And as you know, SMCISD already offers Algebra 1 for all in 8th grade, and we've done that successfully over the last couple of years. We've had great success with incorporating our 8th grade TEKS into the 7th grade and our 7th grade TEKS into the 6th. And we've done this, like I said, for the last 2 years. So next slide, please. So after discussions with other districts and the guidance from E3 Alliance, the curriculum has been adjusted further. So our 5th grade students coming out of elementary school, they've always had 2 pathways. They could always take 6th grade academic, or they could take a 6th grade pre-AP pathway. So there are some slight changes into those this year. So our 6th grade academic will primarily remain the same. It's a blend of 6th and 7th grade, with the focus being on 6th grade. Now, the 7th grade is where we're going to see some change, and we have been overlaying 8th grade TEKS into here for a couple years now, so this isn't going to be that big of a jump. So our 7th grade math class will offer both an on-level and academic pre-AP section, but we are going to focus on the 8th grade TEKS, with the 7th grade TEKS spiraled in as needed. So this is going to prepare our students even more for Algebra 1. In 8th grade, they will remain the same. They will still take Algebra 1 and receive their high school credit. So that's our main, our academic pathway. Our pre-AP is where we see a slight difference. So our 6th grade pre-AP will have a blend in 6th grade that will encompass 6th, 7th, and 8th grade material that prepares them for Algebra 1 for 7th grade. They will take 7th grade in Algebra 1, 7th grade, and receive their high school credit. And then they will do geometry in 8th grade and also receive a high school credit. Next slide, please. So this is basically the same thing. I kind of summed it up into a diagram. It might be a little easier to follow. So just to kind of sum it up, if you take your academic pathway, a 6th grade student will do 6th and 7th grade TEKS. If they do 7th grade academic or pre-AP, they will have a blend of 7th and 8th grade, but primarily focusing on the 8th grade, and then they will continue to algebra. Our 6th grade pre-AP students are going to have a blend of 6, 7, and 8. And then in 7th grade, they're going to focus on Algebra 1 and then in geometry for 8th grade. Now, if we do have a student that went the pre-AP path in 6th grade and then they just don't feel like they're ready for Algebra 1 and 7th, we can switch them back to the academic pathway where they would get that blend of 7th and 8th grade again, and then move into algebra for 8th grade. Next slide. So why is this important? We found that advanced mathematics builds problem solving and critical thinking skills. That's important for success in both college and career. Higher levels of math increases the chance of post-secondary education. There's been studies that show that students who take 2 courses after Algebra 2 are 3 times as likely to get a college degree within 6 years. And then students who completed college level math class, our AP courses are dual credit in high school, had a 60% likelihood of getting a college credential. I mean, there's tons of studies that are showing that around our area, 60% of the jobs are requiring some type of higher level math. And so offering our students an opportunity to take multiple classes after Algebra 2 is just increasing that likelihood that they will be prepared for college or career. And that's about it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Ms. Hanson?
You talked about a student in the pre-AP path could go back to academic. If my student starts off in the academic in 6th grade, can they switch to the pre-AP path in 7th grade?
Typically, probably not unless I guess there are some ways around it. We could, they're going to have missed quite a bit. So there are ways that we could possibly set them up in Edgenuity where if they were willing to do some additional work on their own to get caught up, then I would say that that would be something that we could do. I think it would be more of an individual case basis.
Right. I just would hate to see somebody excluded because they started one way and then they wanted to change.
Right, it's easier to go down, but they are missing quite a bit to move up. So like I said, I'm not going to say no, but it will probably take a little extra work, or we have an exceptional student that, just is already there without any additional work. They just understand it completely.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McLaughlin?
I really appreciate this change. It's consistent with what I had hoped to see when we discussed this last fall, and I think it'll make the children taking 8th grade algebra more successful. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Iger.
Thank you.
Is Rose Pearson presenting? No? Okay. Construction update, Mr. Barton?
Mr. Sandoval, you're muted if you're speaking.
Okay.
Okay, how about now? Sorry about that. I'll be delivering the board presentation this evening. Good evening, Board President, Board of Trustees. Like I said, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the 2017 construction bond project. Next slide, please. We'll start off with the budget. It's pretty much, it remains in line as last month. We did see a slight decrease in the elementary school, Rodriguez, and we saw a slight decrease in the savings and the estimated savings as we're starting to wrap that up. The final invoices are being processed. But overall, we did see a slight increase in the total savings for the project. Once again, like I said, it remains in line with previous months and no surprises on the budget. As far as actual projects are concerned, if you go to the next slide, please, the roofing corrections that we had on the Crockett, Travis, and Bowie, actually there is an update on the Crockett campus. I was there this morning. That project, that roof has been completed. The Travis campus, that roof is in the final stages. This is the campus where we had some water infiltration on a roof that was left compromised, and those classrooms have been repaired. They're 100%, and they look as if nothing happened in them. And then the Bowie campus, that roof is complete. They were working today on some guttering, some downspouts, but for the most part, all these will be done certainly by the middle of next week. Next slide. Regarding Miller, we talked about it last month. We discussed there were some delays on the schedule due to some COVID concerns with the contractor and some of the subs. We made a lot of progress. Last Friday, we were able to get a temporary certificate of occupancy from the fire department for the 7th and 8th grade wings. We expect to have the 6th grade wing and the main hallway done this week or early next week for sure. So if you go to the next slide, we'll look at specific items that got accomplished. Like I said, the phase 2, which is the 7th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade hallways and the main hallways, areas C and D, partial completion with 7th and 8th. Just working on some punch list items there. If you go by the school, the most notable thing you'll see is obviously is Area F, which is a new band hall, and I'll have a picture of it here shortly. But that foundation was poured, the concrete was poured, and steel erection was started in Area F. Some items for the next 30 days, I just commented about 6th grade hallway and Area C and D. Those will be completed this week. And then start framing, actually not start, but finish the framing in Area F, the band hall. And then starting to pour the concrete in Area D, which is the new admin. If you go to the next slide, please. Some project schedule, the phase 2 completion date, which is Monday. The next big date will be January 28th, 2021. And that'll be the new admin, the band hall that you'll see. Most notably, if you drive by, that's the construction that's going on. Next slide, please. Some pictures for you. Last month, I shared with you what the 8th grade hallway looked like back in July. This is the photo of it in August. And I think the comment or the really thing that stands out is all of the lighting was changed. It's now LED lighting, and it's very bright, and it looks really good. The other thing along this hall, and it's 7th grade mirrors this, is the construction of some breakout rooms, redoing of the restrooms. The next slide, you'll see, as I made reference to, the band hall, the framing area in F. You can see this view is if you're standing in the parking lot by the football field. I didn't have a before picture, but that's the view as of last week, and that'll wrap around the front of the building. And then the last picture I'll share with you is Courtyard 1 back in July, and then Courtyard, the same Courtyard last week. I'm standing on some ramps, concrete ramps that have been input. Some decorative stones going to be coming on to the right of the steps. It'll be delivered in the next couple of weeks. So this will be a nice little area for the students, staff to enjoy. As far as De Zavala is concerned, Like Miller, we did have some delays. We had some unforeseen issues with the fire sprinkler system, but on Friday, we did get the temporary certificate of occupancy for the kinder wing, and we expect to get first grade this week. Some of the items that have been completed, if you don't mind going to the next slide, we redid the parking lot, paving, roof work was completed in areas D, D1, D2, and C1. The tile was completed in new restrooms on the main hallway. And then for the next 30 days, continued work on the new admin, the entry. We're going to address the fire riser for the fire sprinkler system that's going into the school. And then we'll start the roof work on cafeteria and the main corridors. The next slide shows you the project schedule. Once again, phase 1 is be completed on Monday. That was the first grade kindergarten, that main hallway. Phase 2, which is the next big date for us, is going to be November 23rd of this year. The new admin, the new entry will be finalized, and we'll be moving the admin over into that. And then on the old admin side, we're going to be starting the new library. Next couple of slides, just some pictures, looking down the main hallway, the restrooms, and right there where that ladder is on the picture on the right will be the new. It's going to be going out to the new entry, to the new admin. Next slide is that will be a shot of the new admin area, and we expect that steel will start to be erected in the next couple of weeks. And then the final picture I have for you is the new admin area, July versus the picture last week that we took. And once again, this will be ready in November. The final project I'll review is the Goodnight Middle School. This was just a summer project. We've got a lot completed. We're remodeling of the bathrooms, new cafeteria equipment, some painting, address some drainage issues in the back parking lot. Some items that are being completed this week, we outfitted pretty much almost all of the campus with LED lighting. We installed a new fire alarm system. And then some items that we added late onto the project that are going to go into September 3rd is address the drainage issues onto the track area, and then also replace the flooring in the dance hall. And I think I showed pictures last month of that. It's a couple of items that are much needed on campus. And then the last slide for you is just a picture of the tower that's been repainted. You can see the difference there. It looks really nice. So it's been a busy summer. Projects get delayed typically in construction, but they come down to the end. But as I mentioned, we got back on track on a lot of them and still have a lot of work to do, but we'll keep pushing. So if there's any questions, I can take those now.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. I don't think we have any questions for you tonight.
Thank you.
Item 6, approval of consent agenda items. We'll have to separate out the minutes because on the August 3rd, Ms. Viapando was absent.
I'll move that we adopt the minutes of July 20th, 2020 regularly scheduled board meeting.
Second.
Jeez.
Moved by Mr. McLaughlin, seconded by Mr. Arredondo, that we approve the minutes from the July 20, 2020 minutes meeting. All in favor?
I move.
7. All opposed? 0.
I move that we approve the minutes from the August 3rd, 2020 meeting.
Second.
Ms. Hanson moves, Mr. McLaughlin seconds, that we approve the minutes for the August 3rd, 2020 meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
6. All opposed? And 1 abstention.
1 abstention.
Items for action. Consider approval of budget amendments. Mr. Barton?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. On page 10 and 11, we have 4 budget amendments for your consideration.
I'll move that we approve the 4 reference budget amendments.
Second.
Mr. McLaughlin moves that we approve the budget amendments. Ms. Hanson seconds. All in favor? 7. All opposed? 0. Consider acceptance of certified appraisal rolls for San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District.
I move that we approve.
Second.
Ms. Hanson moves that we approve the certified appraisal rolls. Mr. Arredondo seconds. All in favor? Any opposed? 0 opposed. 7-0. Approval to no new revenue tax rate and voter approval tax rate for tax year 2020. Mr. Barton.
Yes, ma'am. On pages 18 and 19 of your board book, you may remember this under the term rollback tax rate. It's a new term, the voter approval tax rate, but they are two tax rates calculated by our assessor collector and delivered to the trustees for their approval. The no new revenue tax rate is $1.227142 for every $100 in value. And that means for anyone who owned property last year and paid taxes, their tax rate would have to be $1.227 to not generate any new revenue for the district. That means even with the increasing evaluations, that tells you what their tax rate would have to be so they're not paying more money. The voter approval tax rate is the maximum our tax rate could be without going for an election, and that's $1.226579 per $100 of evaluation.
Do I hear a motion? Ms. Hanson?
I'm looking at page 21. Is that correct, Mr. Barton?
No, ma'am, if you'll back up just a little bit to page 19.
Oh, sorry. I thought they were all. Okay, so I move that we approve the $227142 per $100.
You're just accepting these calculations.
Oh,
Trustee
sorry.
Hanson. They're calculated for us. Our next item will set our tax rate.
Okay. Then I move that we approve these calculations.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Arredondo seconds that we approve this tax rate, so that we accept this calculation. All in favor?
I'm confused.
7, all opposed? 0. Consider ordinance setting the 2020 tax rate. Mr. Barton?
Yes, ma'am. This is the tax rate conversation that we've been having for several months now. We posted our tax rate for our community on May 22nd in the newspaper. We held our public meeting on June 1st to discuss the tax rate, and that's where trustees first asked for us to bring you two options for the tax rate, an administrative option and the absolute minimum it could be. We've done that today. And so down in the recommendation section, the administrative recommendation is a total tax rate of $1.2265 for every $100 of evaluation. And that is made up of 91 cents, 9172 for maintenance and operations, and 3093, 30 cents and a fraction for interest and sinking. That aligns almost totally with our no new revenue tax rate, which means it does not increase the burden on taxpayers from what they paid last year, even with values going up. That also allows us to pay down some debt, as we heard from our financial advisor last month, that's healthy for a school district to do. So it seems like a win-win. The absolute minimum that the trustees could set is the second statement. I move the adoption of a total tax rate of $1.18 and then a fraction of an additional penny, 1.189 per every $100 of evaluation. That's again the same M&O tax rate, 91 cents and a fraction for maintenance and operations and 0.2727 for interest and sinking. And that's designed to just cover our bond payments.
Mr. McLaughlin?
I move the adoption of a total tax rate of $1.189 per $100 evaluation, comprised of 0.9172 for maintenance and operations and 0.2727 for interest and sinking.
Second.
I second.
I had a lot of seconds. Who seconded first?
Well, I said, I don't know. That's fine.
Ms. Costilla?
Somebody else can do it. I have no problem with that.
Ms. Costilla seconds. Okay. All in favor? 2, 3, 4. All opposed?
Halsey was in
I
favor as well.
was going to move
Ms.
for
Halsey,
the
were
other
you in
one.
favor?
Yeah, I'm in favor.
Okay, we had 5 in favor and 2 opposed. Did you say something, Ms. Villaponda?
Well, I wanted the larger tax rate. It was what was quoted over here as a no revenue. Wasn't it?
but we went 5-2.
Well, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Consideration of delegate contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49, Subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under TEC 49.006. This included approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit netting Chapter 48 funding. Mr. Barton?
This is HB3 language. It's much more confusing, but it's the exact same agenda item trustees have voted on every single year. If we were to be a recaptured district, we have to designate how we will pay those funds back to TEA. And we have always selected to do it through the purchase of attendance credits. This is trustees giving Superintendent Cardona the authority to make that contract with TEA.
I move that we approve this.
Second.
Ms. Hanson moves that we approve. Mr. McLaughlin seconds. All in favor? 7, opposed 0. Consider Exhibit A and B to the election order.
We brought trustees our order of elections last month so that we weren't doing it at the very last day. Today is the very last day. At the beginning of August, our various election offices named their voting sites. We didn't have that last month, so we're bringing those exhibits to trustees now. It includes not only the early voting sites, but the expanded early voting hours that the governor approved recently.
I move that we approve Exhibit A and B to the election order.
I'll second.
Hanson moves that we approve the attached Exhibit A and Exhibit B to the election order. Mr. Arredondo seconds.
I have a question, Ms. Cantu.
Question?
Thank you. Mr. Barton, it's my understanding that the Hays County Commissioners Court may be including additional early voting locations in the county. Is there anything that we need to do on our end to, I guess, if this order gets modified, is that okay on our end? Do we need to bring this back, or what does that look like?
You don't even need these exhibits to have a complete order of elections. We're just presenting it for transparency and because that's part of our process. I did see that was going to be a point of discussion coming up, and I'll definitely update you if it happens, but it won't change anything in our election order.
Awesome, thank you.
Call for the vote. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed, 0. Consider action regarding board policy relating to recording of board meetings. Ann Halsey, did you have that action item?
Yeah, I don't know that I actually have a motion. I think that Mr. Cruz and Mr. Humanak addressed my concerns. My concern is really that when we're convening meetings like this on Zoom, which it seems like we might be doing for the foreseeable future, that we need to make them as transparent and as clear and as viewable to the public. And I understand that we had intended to change that process for tonight, and then there was some last minute glitches. But I think that, right now, I'm primarily meeting with the cabinet, not with y'all down there, right? Like, those are the people that I can see on the screen. And so I think there's just a problem, and especially then the way that we record that and view it out on the live stream. But I think Mr. Hubanak is understanding of those concerns, and they don't necessarily require a policy change unless people object to them. The one consideration I would ask is that we, for the sake of transparency, that we record the Zoom meetings that we have publicly, both the Zoom recording and the live stream. Because I think that sometimes you can't hear everything I can't hear everything that y'all are saying from there. So that would be my request. And I think that's true. I noticed when we were doing the town halls with the parents that some of those sessions were recorded and some of them weren't. And it just seems, for the sake of transparency and consistency, that we just unilaterally, if we have a public Zoom meeting, it's recorded.
Okay, so we don't need any action on it? Because I
don't think so right now.
Thank you. We'll go on to H. Consider additions to the Student Code of Conduct. Dr. Reese Mills?
Yes, Ms. Rose Pearson, our Director of Student Support Services and Pupil Personnel, will be discussing the update or request to the Student Code of Conduct. As mentioned earlier, at the discussion of this, you can also ask additional questions pertaining to the update. Ms. Pearson?
Good evening, President Cantu and Board of Trustees. So the reason for wanting to make some additions to the Student Code of Conduct is just to be clear and explicit with the where we find ourselves with COVID-19 and with the virtual learning. TA guidance is that we did not need any additional documentation requirements for discipline records due to COVID-19 at this time. But with our legal counsel, we were advised that we should explicitly add a section for this. Within our current Student Code of Conduct, everything is implicitly implied, whether they're on campus or off campus. So that's what we will be sharing. You have it in your board book. I'm not sure if Andrew will be pulling it up or not. So one of the things we wanted to address, and just again to be very transparent, is the attendance will be taken daily, and whether that is face-to-face or whether that is through remote learning, the rule of 90% still applies. And so that is in accordance with TA guidelines. In addition, we wanted to address the face mask and wearing the face masks while on campus if our students elect to be with face-to-face instruction, and that will also be in the bus setting. And in addition to that, we wanted to talk about that if they do not wear a face mask, that could be potentially a placement at DAP. Not that we would want that to be a discipline issue, but just to address the needs with the family if for some reason they needed to have face-to-face and were not able to wear the face mask. And with all of these, keep in mind, we would be having communication with administration and with counselors and getting to the root of what the issues would be. And we wanted to, again, explicitly say that we would not tolerate any type of obscene, profane, threatening, or disrespectful language or images or any type of communication that falls negatively with our staff, with our faculty, with any other students, and that there could be possibly disciplinary actions through that, since we will be using live sessions with Zoom. We also want to make sure students are using their student email addresses and not using any type of slang names. So we want them to display their full names on Zoom. We would also encourage students to have their cameras on so that teachers are able to see them while they participate in live Zoom sessions. There is an option, and I checked with James Navarez, for students to be able to have a background option if they so choose. We know that privacy of home may come into place with that, so that is an option for them to have a background. And again, just to maintain the safety, we would make it policy for the students not to share any Zoom links publicly or any passwords, as those would be private to them within their Canvas platform. And we wanted to address the integrity and authenticity of student work that is currently in our grading guidelines for SMCISD. We want it to be explicit in our Student Code of Conduct that teachers will be making sure that students are doing their own work and not copying work. Teachers will have a different variety of ways of doing that with the technology they have available to them, and that there could be disciplinary actions if students are through the due process hearing found that they are not doing authentic work. And then student IDs, that's something that has been kind of coming in the last couple of years. Mr. Wozniak has worked just really diligently with the student IDs, and we want to bring into our Student Code of Conduct that students wear their IDs. There's many reasons for that. One of them is for the contactless QR card for the lunches, so they don't have to type in their student ID, and also for the buses as well, and scanning to get on the bus. And additionally, they will be wearing face masks. Their ID can help identify their person on campus for extra safety measures. And then we did include one that we felt needed to be addressed, which was that students need to be respectful and responsible on campus. So any type of intentionally acting as if they are trying to pass COVID-19 through sneezing, coughing, or anything like that could lead into disciplinary actions or DAP process. And again, of course, through all of this, there will be a due process. There will be teachers still submitting referrals, administrators still going through the investigation process virtually through virtual interviews, contacting parents through phone, and so on and so forth. And training will be conducted for all of the students and families so they are aware of the expectations on campus and that they get the support they needed. Our SEL counselors are working on all of that, and our administrators on campus are also working on videos as well for training for our students and for our families.
President, can you?
Any questions?
Mr. Redondo had his hand up, and then Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Dr. Ruiz-Mills, I know that this is an ever-evolving situation. I know I've seen, some parents, whether it's, elementary, middle school, high school, have expressed, a preference of having their child, on camera throughout the duration of a lesson, or, what my home environment might look like, whether or not the device that I'm using has the ability to create a virtual background or not. Some platforms require a green screen and so on and so forth. So the only concern that I have with all of that is, requiring students to be visible on camera and what that might expose of their home and the home environment that they're coming from. If there's a way to provide, flexibility to that, an opt-out process of where parents can, opt in their child to have that, or, a middle ground of where they have to have a picture of them or a Bitmoji. And again, I understand that all those things are going through the system right now, but individually, I know that that's a conversation that's taking place across the entire educational space, and I just wanted to state that here tonight as we're talking about updating the student code of conduct. So thank you.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I have a similar concern. I think that there's a strong preference among our older kids to not have their camera on, and I don't know if there's a academic reason that we're setting a strong or a commandment that they do so. So I guess I'm having trouble supporting that unless someone tells me why.
We can change the language. We just want to ensure that when a student is participating remotely, that either through their voice, or if we, as you see on our screen right now, how we have some of the background images for some of our people, just as long as we can ensure that it's the student receiving the instruction or participating in it. But I think we can go and we can make some accommodations to that. We wanted to just bring some guidelines forward as we start navigating through this process. It's not set in stone, but we can go back and make some changes before it's adopted.
Okay.
You'll be bringing it back for the September or October for approval, for vote?
Because remote instruction begins September the 8th, we most likely need to bring something prior to that, but we can wait until the September 22nd, I think, board meeting to do that.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Pearson.
Thank you.
Consider request to extend the start of the 2021 school year transition beyond the 4-week limit waiver.
I move that we approve this.
Second.
Ms. Hanson moves that we approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Redondo seconds. Any discussion?
Yes. I still think this is premature. I think that parents are already grappling with the idea that we're going to be remote until early October. This is going to be really depressing that today we vote to extend to November. We have no idea what October is going to look like. Cases are new actives are down into single digits over the last few days, and I just would prefer to do this in September. Obviously, if it's dangerous to return in person, I don't think anybody up here is going to support doing so, but I still want to hold out hope that maybe the community can continue to recover and things could be safe in October. So I'm against this tonight, but not against the idea of it.
Dr. Reese Mills, the reason we have it on here was just to provide that option to Mr. Cardona, right?
As we spoke at the July board meeting, we did discuss this. We put it on the agenda just so we could have a discussion if we do not want to consider it as an item for action. The board does, as Mr. Cruz relayed earlier, the board does have to individually vote on this according to the waiver, because we need to document each board member saying yes or no, because we cannot give authority to the superintendent to extend the transition additional 4 weeks. If we wait until September the 21st, we do have ample time to submit the waiver to TEA.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you so much, Ms. Cantu. I agree with Mr. McLaughlin. I think, there's a lot to be determined, or, hopefully we continue to trend downwards in regards to number of new cases, and that we increase upwards in those who've recovered. I guess the reason why I'm supportive of this is if we acknowledge that it's a very real possibility that if the numbers don't trend in a positive direction, that we need to have conversations about what food service looks like if we are not going to be able to offer in-person instruction into the month of November. I know we've been preoccupied, and rightly so, with what it looks like for staff to safely return to work in some way, shape, or form, and what it will look like for students to return in some shape or form. But it's my understanding that in all of these ISD reopening plans, we haven't talked about what food service is going to look like, what social emotional support systems are going to look like. And I would hope that in next Monday's workshop, that is, topics that we talk about in regards to the ISD reopening. But I just think that we could, in the exact same way that we need to acknowledge that things could be exponentially better and that we get to all come back in September and things go back to normal, they could also trend in the opposite direction. And I want to make sure that we as a board are planning for that. And so that's why I'm supportive of this tonight.
What date are you talking about, if it's not done by this date?
November 2nd. Oh.
He's talking of just going through October the 5th.
Presently through October 5th.
Ms. Costilla?
I think from my conversations with Mr. Cardona, Dr. Ruiz Mills, I think he just wanted making sure that the opportunity was there without bringing it back to the board. I think that he wasn't just saying that we're going to go straight into the other 4 weeks. And I understand what you're saying, Mr. McLaughlin, but I don't have a problem in supporting this, because I feel that Mr. Cardona is going to be able to come back and say, come this after 4 weeks, we're going to go back. You're saying that we still have time to do it on September the 21st, but, I'm ready to vote on this one. I just don't think that Mr. Cardona will just automatically go into, if November, he doesn't have to, into November, through
Madam
November the
President,
2nd.
may I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
You may.
Okay, so the waiver does say that we can go up to an additional 4 weeks. There's a portion that says, explain what local public health conditions that would cause you to end the transition period faster so that all students have access to on-campus instruction. So if you vote on this evening, there is a way to end this waiver. And what we put would COVID-19 test positivity rates should be maintained at a level of 5% or lower for at least 14 consecutive days before resuming any measures of campus instruction. So with that being said, even though I have 4 weeks on the waiver, we could additionally just extend 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or if we fall within that guideline, no weeks.
That was my understanding
Yeah,
as well
that's what I
Mr.
understood.
Cardona,
Right.
and I talked about this, and he said if we could just approve it, just so it's there kind of if we need it.
Right. That's what I understood.
So, any more questions, Ms. Villapando?
I will move that we approve the recommended,
We've already
Remote.
motioned.
We already have a motion
Oh, you
and a
just have to
second.
vote.
We're ready to vote. All in favor?
You have to roll call.
You have to roll
Oh,
call.
I'm sorry, we have to do a roll call. I forgot.
Yes.
okay.
Ann Halsey,
Yes.
Margie Villapando,
Yes.
Lupe Costilla,
Yes.
Miguel Arredondo,
Yes.
John McLaughlin,
No.
Kathy Hansen,
Yes.
Clem Cantu, yes. So we have six yeses and one no. J, consider asynchronous plan attestation. That's-
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Reese?
The asynchronous plan attestation for remote learning, I just want to explain that the plan, asynchronous plan, is really the way we are going to determine our ADA attendance funding. This plan is the most flexible from pre-K through 12th grade. The plan, asynchronous means that it's self-paced instruction with consistent teacher interaction. But students do not have to be in that live setting. So, for example, using this plan, if I'm a student and I am logging into Ms. Halsey's class because I know that on certain days she offers live instruction, that would count as a way for the school district to earn attendance. But if I'm able to log in during the day, I have until 11:59 to submit the reflection for that class period or to submit an assignment for that class period. Asynchronous instruction simply means that students' attendance is tracked by their daily interaction. That's what it means. So currently, right now, we are working with our eSchool program so that when students log in, they are automatically defaulted to present, and then teachers will have up to 1 week to go back and check through the Canvas LMS system, that's our learning management system, if they have indeed turned in an assignment for that day. And so with this, I need to make clear, with this, I can log into maybe 1 or 2 classes and turn that assignment, and we receive our ADA funding for attendance. But I may not have logged in into, say, the other 2 classes I may have had that day. Well, for that class period, I'll be counted absent. And like Ms. Pearson spoke of the 90% requirement in attendance, I would be counted absent. And so as the teacher, if I have a student who hasn't logged in or submitted an assignment in 3 days, then just like I would do if we were face-to-face, I would just make a contact and have communication with that student. So you've got attendance, but you also have a grade. If I'm not attending class and I'm not turning in assignments, then there's a high probability that I am not going to pass that class, but I can also lose credit if it's accredited class. So really the ADA is what's tied to the asynchronous plan. The reason we want asynchronous as our ADA is because of the flexibility on how we can submit assignments, and it's also more conducive to some families where parents or guardians want to be there while their child is receiving the instruction, which would be a video format on, I think it's called Screencastify that we're using. They're able to be there with their child. And so that's why we're pushing this forward.
Okay.
I move that we approve this item.
Second.
Ms. Hanson moves and Mr. Arredondo seconds that we approve the authorization of the superintendent to submit the asynchronous instruction plan to TAA once it is finalized. Any further discussion? All in favor? 6, 7, opposed, 0. The last item for tonight is consider nominee and alternate nominee to attend the Advocacy Institute in Washington, D.C. Margie Viapando submitted this item. We both attended a grassroots. We both he has his hand up.
seminar.
We both attended a grassroots meeting.
January.
And when we did this, we got on some kind of a mailing list, and they sent us this information, and Margie's interested in it. Mr. Arredondo, do you have something you want to say?
I'll make a motion that we nominate trustees Viapando and Cantu to attend the Advocacy Institute in Washington, D.C.
I'll second.
Mr. Arredondo moves, and Mr. McLaughlin seconds that we nominate Margie Viapando as the Advocacy Institute nominee and Clem Cantu as the alternate. Except that I think we're in different congressional districts, but I could still be the alternate for you. Yes, Ms. Viapando, you may speak.
TASB is going to pay for the registration to the Advocacy Institute for one delegate from each school district.
Congressional.
From each school district for, and there's 36 congressional districts in Texas, so they want to get 36 from the different school districts and here. The institute is being done by the National School Board Association in Washington, D.C. But Clem and I both want to go, and we can, but TASB will only pay for one
registration.
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Cantu.
And the expenses are on us. The rest of that.
You have to pay accommodations and transportation, right?
Right.
Right.
We'd have to pay our own flight and our own.
And meals, yeah.
Ms. Cantu.
I'm sorry,
That's all, I just wanted to explain that.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. If there was a future agenda item to allocate funds, I know we've talked about this in numerous occasions, that currently San Marcos CISD is represented by several congressmen, by two, and that's based on a lot of other inside baseball on that end, gerrymandering, et cetera. So, I mean, sending representatives to represent both sides of the ISD and the two congressional districts that are within the boundaries of the ISD, I would be supportive of. So if that means a subsequent agenda item later to allocate funds to pay for the other trustee to attend, I'm supportive of that if that needs to come back at a later time and date.
Madam President?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Arredondo. Mr. Barton can answer that question.
Board President Cantu, I just want to let you know that we continue to budget for our trustees and the service that they give to the district and the professional organizations, and I don't think this is going to be a problem for us to take care of those costs.
Thank you very much.
There we go.
That was the last item unless.
Didn't vote it. Did we vote it?
Not yet.
We didn't vote it.
I'm sorry.
All right.
All in favor?
Yep.
7.
I'll motion to adjourn.
Second.
That was quick.
It's late.
Yes.
favor.
Okay, 7 people agreed that we'd adjourn. Margie?